Prince Mohammed bin Fahd University. The conference will begin with a series of opening remarks. Please join me in welcoming to the stage Dr. Qais Hamami, Director of the Strategic Foresight Center at the Islamic World Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization. Dr. Faisal Lanezi, Vice President of the Prince Mohammed bin Fahd University. His Excellency Dr. Salim Malik, Director General of the Islamic World Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization. And Her Excellency Dr. Nuzha Shukroni, Senior Fellow at the Policy Center for the New South. A pre-recorded video of Her Excellency Dr. Leila Ben Ali, Moroccan Minister of Energy Transition and Sustainable Development, will be screened during the session. Excellency Nuzha Shukroni, the floor is yours.
Sabah al-Khair, good morning. Excellencies, esteemed ambassadors, distinguished guests, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. On the behalf of Mr. Karim Al-Ainawi, our Executive President, I would like to welcome you to the Policy Center for the New South. For those of you who came all the way from different continents, welcome to our country, Morocco. The Policy Center for the New South, in partnership with ICESCO, namely Center for Strategic Foresight and Prince Mohammed bin Fahd University, is very pleased to take part in the organization of this symposium on the state of future studies in the world. We would like to thank you all for your interest in our think tank. In this rapidly evolving world, where change is the only constant, it is crucial to equip ourselves with the power of foresight. Our collective endeavor is to comprehend the emerging trends, anticipate the challenges, and unlock the opportunities that lie ahead. By leveraging our diverse expertise and interdisciplinary approach, we strive to illuminate the path forward and shape a more informed and resilient tomorrow. Foresight studies are indeed a captivating blend of knowledge and intuition, allowing us to transcend the present and envision the possibilities of what may come. We delve into the depth of emerging technologies, socio-economic shifts, environmental transformations, and geopolitical dynamics. As we embark on this remarkable journey, let us remember that foresight is not a solitary pursuit. It is through the collective wisdom, diverse perspectives, and shared insights that we unlock the true potential of our endeavors. I invite you all to join hands with us today to explore and discuss the uncharted territories of tomorrow and to shape a future that is not dictated by chance, but crafted through deliberate foresight as we navigate the labyrinth of possibilities and unlock the keys to a brighter, more sustainable, and prosperous world. Ladies and gentlemen, within our think tank, the Policy Center for the New South, we foster an environment that nurtures innovation and encourages collaboration. By positioning ourselves at the crossroad of geopolitical changes, technological advances, socio-economic trends, and environmental issues, our think tank distinguishes itself by its desire to understand the complex interactions that influence our common future. We recognize that the challenges of the 21st century are not limited to national borders, but transcend geopolitical and cultural barriers. This is why our commitment to a global perspective is fundamental to understanding the interconnected dynamics that determine our collective destiny. With unwavering commitment, we strive to amplify the voices, perspectives, and interests of this diverse and dynamic part of the world. Our think tank serves as a platform for rigorous research, inclusive dialogue, and innovative solutions. Je vous remercie. Thank you for being here, and I wish very successful to our conference. Thank you.
Excellency Dr. Salim Al-Malik, the floor is yours.
In the name of Allah, most merciful, most compassionate, and praise be upon the Prophet, his kith, and his kin.
Ambassadors, ladies and gentlemen, it is with utmost honor that I stand before you today to address this esteemed conference on the state of foresight studies in the world. Together, in this grand assembly of brilliant minds, we embark on a journey to explore the realms of knowledge, foresight, and shaping of our collective future. من سار إلى غير غاية to whoever embarks on a journey without a defined destination is bound to lose his way. These powerful words of Ibn al-Muqaffa encapsulate the fundamental importance of having a clear goal or vision in our endeavors. At its core, the quote's cautionary message about embarking on a journey without a defined destination resonate with the principle of foresight studies. By integrating foresights into our decision-making, we transcend short-term thinking, avoid pitfalls, and work towards a future that align with our collective visions. Conversely, societies that understand, harness, and cultivate a culture of foresight, where long-term planning and visionary thinking becomes embedded in their ethos, thrive by anticipating and preparing for future trends and challenges. They position themselves to seize opportunities, overcome obstacles, and adapt an ever-changing world. Just as the skilled mariners navigate uncharted water, we must too navigate the vast ocean of a human potential, armed with a compass of foresight. The importance of foresight studies cannot be understated. They offer a profound understanding of the evolving tapestry of our world. They provide the intellectual tool to decipher complex factors of change, anticipate challenges, and harness opportunities. Through foresight, we gain the power to embrace change rather than merely adapt to it, shaping our future rather than being shaped by them. Let us take a moment to reflect upon the incredible progress and transformative potential of foresight studies. Between the year 2000 and 2015, the number of yearly publications on Foresight knew a considerable increase in publication, particularly in the year 2015. And the number has remarkably increased since COVID-19 pandemic outbreak. In this age of rapid advancement, we find ourselves standing at the crossroad of history amidst the confluence of challenges and opportunities. For instance, the declaration this year of ICESCO Year of Youth is our acknowledgement that while the world demography consists of 1.2 billion youth, accounting for 16% of the total global population, they are the 100% of the future. Hence, it has become imperative to equip them with the necessary skills to flourish in the forthcoming job market. A market that is projected to witness the emergence of approximately 85% of its jobs by 2030, many of which have yet to be envisioned. According to the recent data, artificial intelligence showcased an impressive compound annual growth rate of 38.1% from 2022 to 2030. However, this remarkable progress comes with a drawback. Approximately 14 million jobs worldwide are at risk of disappearing within the next 5 years. In the middle of all these shifts, we must remain vigilant, fostering inclusive growth and ensuring that no one is left behind. This conference is ICESCO call for innovation, wisdom, and shared vision. It is a testament to the indomitable spirit of humanity, forever driven to explore a new horizon and transcend the limitation of the present. Before we embark on our collective expedition into the realms of Foresight, it would be remiss if I did not share with you the remarkable journey of ICESCO in embracing and promoting this vital scientific discipline. Over the past few years, ICESCO has emerged as a beacon of intellectual enlightenment, fostering advancement of knowledge, science, culture across the Islamic world. In our current times, significant progress has been made, often unseen by the eyes, with a desire to enhance the effort of our member state in achieving sustainable development and building prosperous societies. ICESCO delves into the depth of its new vision with a proactive and preventive approach. ICESCO's new strategic vision is a future-oriented and dynamic one, based on participatory and cooperative foundation, given the diverse nature of its member state, aligned with the values of solidarity and ethics of the future. We stride forward, emphasizing the necessity of adopting a participatory approach aimed at sharing experience, knowledge, and best practices. Recognizing that the Islamic world is poised to reach a population of nearly 3 billion by 2060 and is expected to become the largest global community by 2070, our organization has undertaken various projects with the aim of fostering the culture of anticipation and foresight. Notable among these endeavors are the 2 editions of the Future Forum, where we have gathered Foresight's experts from across the globe. Furthermore, we have placed a significant emphasis on training both current and future generation, equipping them with the necessary tools to make informed decisions and take ownership of their future. As part of this effort, ICESCO has successfully trained over 5,000 individuals from our member state. Moreover, our organization is dedicated in conducting a cutting-edge research that enables decision makers to gain a deeper understanding of the challenges that lies ahead. 2 prominent examples of such initiative include the comprehensive studies titled Possible Futures in the Islamic World and Possible Future of the African Continent. Additionally, we have implemented numerous initiatives with our member state focusing on specific regional issues within ICESCO areas of expertise, encompassing education, science, culture, and all related fields. We recognize that foresight studies are not merely an academic pursuit, but a transformative force that empower nations and individuals to take ownership of their future. With unwavering commitment, ICESCO has been at the forefront promoting foresight as a key instrument of sustainable development goals, nurturing generation of forward-thinking individual and empowering our member state to chart their path in a rapidly changing world. The Islamic world stands at a critical juncture, where the convergence of foresight, knowledge, and collective action holds the key of unlocking the tremendous potential they have. By embracing foresight studies, we empower ourselves to shape our future, preserve our cultural heritage, and navigate the complexity of an ever-changing global landscape. The journey of ICESCO into the realms of foresight is a transformative endeavor that encompasses the hopes and aspirations of millions across the Islamic world and beyond. It is a journey that transcends borders and unites us in our shared commitment to building futures that befits the dignity and potential of all. As we gathered here today, let us rededicate ourselves to this notable cause. Let us join hands. It is through unity and collaboration that we can realize the full potential of foresight studies for the betterment of our societies and communities, through aiming for a future that embodies the principle of justice, peace, progress, and human flourishing. We can forge a future that honors our past, resonate with our present, and fulfill the aspiration of generations to come. Thank you, and a special thank to King Mohammed VI University, and also to Policy Center here at this university, and to Prince Mohammed bin Salman, Mohammed bin Fahd University from Saudi Arabia. Thank you, and may our collective endeavors into foresight studies empower us to transcend the challenges of today and build tomorrow that is defined by prosperity, inclusivity, peace, and shared progress. Assalamu alaikum. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Excellencies Nusa Shkroni and Salim Al-Malik, for your opening remarks. We now welcome to the stage Dr. Faisal Al-Anizi, Vice President of the Prince Mohammed bin Fahd University.
Assalamu alaikum.
Peace be upon you.
Gentlemen, participants, organizers, it is a pleasure for me to be a speaker among you at this conference to study the reality of foresight study in the world. And I would like to thank the Islamic Organization for Science Education and Culture, ICESCO, and the Mohammed VI Polytechnic University for organizing this conference at this digitally turbulent time in particular. The time we live in is quite critical, and the challenges we face are complex and overlapping globally. And if we take the climate crisis as an example, it is actually points of alarming indicators such as rising sea levels, drowning of cities, food shortage, drought and the floods, and to mention a few. Add to it the advances in artificial intelligence that unleash the existential threats facing humanity. Hence, the importance of studying the future and the need to hold such conferences. Foresight study today face unprecedented challenges, and the most important of these challenges are difficulty of foreseeing the future accurately and the difficulty of catching up with the speed of change in the midst of digital turmoil. Sometimes the lack of data is part of these challenges in addition to many unexpected variables. There will be no radical solutions to such challenges, but we might be able to mitigate the hindering effects of foresight study in a manner that makes the decision more accurate, and perhaps such conferences are one of the tools for this objective. On the other hand, we find that the foresight study receives notable attention, not only from governments and from societies in the developed world, but at the level of individuals where foresight affects the life of families and affect their decision. There is no strong acceptance of the result of such studies, whether in the government sector or in businesses. Added to that remarkable attention allotted to foresight studies by university and research centers, which is enriching the relevant literature through the research and the studies. The use of artificial intelligence and the modern application of foresight study also contribute the prominence of this discipline in those society. Through the aforementioned points, we realize that the extent of the gap between the reality of foresight studies in the Islamic world and the global status, and we will put a number of recommendations that may contribute to the bridging this gap and in promoting the concept of foresight study in the Islamic world. And these recommendations include urging governments to seriously consider the output of foresight studies and employ their recommendation in decision-making. Inclusion of the future of studies in the curricula at various levels of the education system. Study the controversy of foresight study in the Muslim societies. Creating a generation of futurists and equip them with effective skills that enable them to imagine the future and draw scenarios of foresight. Focusing on applied research and foresight study and designing the execution, the plans to apply their outcome. In addition to this recommendation, I would like to put forward the initiatives undertaken by Prince Mohammed bin Fahd University, which included establishing the Center of Future Study at the university, hosting the regional chapter of the World Federation for the Study of the Future WFSFS in the MENA region, hosting the UNESCO Chairs Foresight Study and Future Study and International Symposium on campus, offering 2 international research grant programs internationally, which attracted over 70 researchers from worldwide. Also, as contribution from Prince Mohammed bin Fahd University, based on its sense of social responsibility towards the world and human thoughts, we announced the launch of the Ma'rifa project, which means a knowledge project, and the project aims to transfer the best practice in foresight studies and other fields, and the project will be including publishing, conducting conferences, seminars, and journals, and to be a platform and a hub for the all foresight study in the Muslim world. As I put forward this proposal, I would like to offer the ICESCO a partnership to consider this a project between our institution. In conclusion, I thank you all and I retreat my appreciation to the organizers of this conference, and I hope that the recommendation I present to you in my speech will contribute to enriching the outcomes of this conference. I thank you again.
Thank you, Dr. Faisal Al-Anizi, for your opening remarks. We will now screen a pre-recorded video of Her Excellency Dr. Leila Ben Ali, Moroccan Minister of Energy Transition and Sustainable Development.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim.
In the name of Allah, most merciful, most compassionate, and prayer be upon Mr. Director General of ICESCO, their ministers, President of the Polytechnic University, Mohammed VI University, academics, researchers from all over the world, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very honored and pleased to extend my sincerest thanks to all the organizers of this international conference on the situation and horizons of foresight studies for having invited us to participate in this great conference, which will shed light on this kind of studies and its ways of development, and to put it at the service of development. Ladies and gentlemen, it is said that the future is the property of those who prepare for it and those who contribute to its design and production, and it wouldn't be possible to prepare for the future only with the strategic planning, which could be done by anticipating the future and defining the possible scenarios, and to take the possible measures and procedures that could be implemented on the ground. Anticipating and oversight of the future is not a forecasting, but a scientific methodology which requires necessary methodology that requires the comprehension and to train on its tools and its methodology and to formulate future vision. Ladies and gentlemen, the foresight today has become a necessity if we wish to define our development, innovative pathways, peaceful pathways at it too. Our world today is required to go in line more than ever before. The transformations, successful, speedy transformations in all walks of life and in all sectors, economic, scientific, cultural, and technological sectors. Ladies and gentlemen, the building of the UN Agenda for Development and its 17 goals that have been adopted in 2015, which has defined 169 objectives to achieve by 2030, hasn't been done in a vacuum, but has been done by doing oversight for the sustainable development hoped for. As it is known, we have defined 9 solutions for the planet that should be taken into account if we wish to continue in meeting the needs of development, socio-economic development for about 8 billion inhabitants of the earth, which would reach 9 billion in the near future. These elements, such as the climate changes and the changes in use of potable waters and the changes in oceans and also chemical pollutions and also the ozone layer and the new entities, the oversight studies has allowed us to consolidate the multilateral collaboration and to put in place all the plans and programs that would meet our insistent needs and also for the sustainability of the capacity of the earth to meet such needs through many conventions, most important of which is the United Nations Development Agents by 2013 and the Paris Accord for climate change, as well as other bilateral accords. Ladies and gentlemen, the Kingdom of Morocco, inside this dynamic international that aims to set up the foundations of sustainable development. For many years now, our country has willingly adopted a development and comprehensive methodology built on integrated methodology for its climate policies. This policy is in line with the national strategies for sustainable development, that has adopted the foundations from the Supreme Royal orientations that came up in the speeches and addresses of His Majesty King Mohammed VI, may God protect him. The adopted methodology is in line also with the new development model orientations of the kingdom, which aims at consecrating the principle of sustainability and aims to reach to lift 5 challenges, such as the regional challenge in clean energy, and also for the faithfulness to the accords in the context of the Paris Accord on climate, and also to define the national contribution by defining many procedures and programs and projects, either for projects for alleviation and for resilience, and also to decrease the emissions of gas by 2030, which contributes programs of the production of clean electricity, and this would ensure a comprehensive strategy for low carbon development by 2015, which aims at a transition to a green economy that is in line with the which.
Ladies and gentlemen, we would have loved to be with you today. However, for other commitments, I couldn't join you. And the reason behind this is that we have a busy schedule, and I hope and wish you all the best. And thank you very much. May peace be upon you.
Bismillah.
We will now welcome to the stage our final speaker for this session, Dr. Qais Hammami, Director of the Strategic Foresight Center at ICESCO.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim.
In the name of Allah, the Merciful. Excellency, General Director of ICESCO, Mrs. Minister, Excellency Dr. Faisal, ambassadors, dear friends, dear colleagues. We've been doing prospective work for 15 years now. Suhail has been with us for 12 years, so this has given me a great idea.
First idea of the perspective comes to the second century of this era. This is the first one to deal with the idea of future. He said at the time, it's inappropriate to say that there are three times, the past, the present, and the future. It would be more judicial to say there are three times, the present, the past, the present of the future, and the present of the present and the present of the future. Of course, this quotation is of a great currency, and this gives the perspective its philosophical side and not its practical side. The second idea through which I would like to present the perspective through history, this metaphor of art, which represents the perspective in different cultures, Muslim culture, Christian culture, Jewish culture, and all cultures and all traditions. And we see very well that perspective, this common point where there is a conceptual and doctrinal analysis. It is always fitting by this philosophy that is about the future, and it gives also branches today of what we call prospective practices today, which explains our dear partners here of all walks of life, from Africa, from Asia, from the Middle East, with which we are going to try to understand what is the state of prospective oversight studies. And after this metaphor, we go directly to somebody of great importance for our culture, Arab-Muslim culture, and for Africa, and for the Arab world, namely Ibn Khaldun. And now the idea is he was the first of all predictions. We cannot predict the future, but the intellectual audacity of Ibn Khaldun was the first one to anticipate on the decline and fall of nations. At this time, he has predicted the transfer of knowledge from the southern coast of the Mediterranean, from Africa to Europe. At this time, Ibn Khaldun has identified a very important idea today, which is that in the first page of his Muqaddimah, he has criticized all historians. For him, all historians before him were simple chroniclers, because history as it was written does not reflect reality, because the historians would like to try to be close to the officials and modify history. Hence the idea that we need to identify the probable from the improbable in the past and the possible of the impossible. That's why we say that today the past is plural, and it's an idea of extraordinary importance. That's why we also say we are at the crossroads. And the last one, and my last slide would present the idea of oversight, of course. I feel very small in front of my colleagues of great foresight experts, as I thank Mohammed when he speaks. On his famous quotation, he said, "I don't need today's ear. I am the voice of the poet of tomorrow. My book doesn't understand the deep sense of my words." This is even the spirit of oversight, because oversight offers us we are at the current of the established order, which explains the new vision of ICESCO. It's a dynamic vision. It is an anticipative vision. It is a vision where it tries to be the actor of change and to converge towards a much wished for future. A great thanks to Policy Center, to our colleagues who has really supported this project. Of course, to my friends, Prince Mohammed bin Fahd, who have also supported this project. I wish you great success for these 2 days. We are going to work hard at the intellectual level and Thank you. So,
Now concluded our first session, and we'll take a 25-minute coffee break in the dining hall across from this auditorium. We will reconvene in this auditorium at 11:20 sharp for our next session. If you are leaving the building, please return your headsets at the registration desk. Thank you. Institute for Lifelong Learning in Germany. Dr. David Fernandez Puyana, Ambassador and Permanent Observer of the United Nations University for Peace to the United Nations Office and Permanent Delegate of UPeace at UNESCO. Professor Ted Fuller, Professor of Entrepreneurship and Strategic Foresight and UNESCO Chair on Responsible Foresight for Sustainable Development. Dr. Salim Harraji, Economic Affairs Officer at the Leading the Future of Work initiative at the United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Western Africa. Mr. Olivier Vaufray, Foresight Practice Lead at the World Economic Forum. Dr. Patrick Nowak, Executive Director of the Future Foresight and Imagination at the Dubai Future Foundation. And Mr. Rafal Kierzenkowski, Head of the Strategic Foresight Unit at OECD. Mr. Abdelaziz H. Ali, the floor is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, hi everyone and welcome to this panel. I'm Abdelaziz H. Ali, economist and head of the Economic Research Department at the Policy Center for the New South. I'm really honored to moderate this panel on the topic of foresight for educational, economic, social, and industrial development. So I will not emphasize actually the importance and the relevance of this foresight exercise, but as an introduction, maybe I will shed light on the different challenges this exercise is facing nowadays. So you know that forecasting and projecting ourselves in the future, this is something extremely challenging, especially nowadays with all the turbulence and the perma-crisis environments we're living through. So the ground beneath us is actually shifting, and suddenly we found ourselves in a turbulent environment requiring an adaptation of our foresight exercise. So the uncertainties and the complexities we face right now pose the unique obstacles to the foresight exercise, demanding adaptability and resilience of our approach. But precisely, this is in times of turbulence that the foresight exercise becomes extremely relevant. So by embracing the notion that only constant is actually change, we can equip ourselves with the right tools to navigate through these transformative landscapes and turn the different risks and uncertainties into emerging opportunities. And to discuss these elements, I'm pleased actually to have in my panel a mixed group of speakers from policymakers, international organizations, and researchers to shed light on how foresight can pave the way to better educational policies, sustainable economic growth, inclusive social economy, and thriving industrial development. So without any further ado, I'll give the floor to our first panelist, Mr. Rafael Kierzenkowski, who is a Senior Counselor for Strategic Foresight at the Organization for Economic Cooperation Development. So Mr. Rafael, the floor is yours. And please try to stick to the 10 minutes.
Merci beaucoup.
Very much. Ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies, it's a great honor to be here with you. I would like to thank you wholeheartedly for your invitation. It's a great honor, really, to be at this conference in this wonderful university. So all my congratulations for the organization of this event. The rest of the speech will be in English. Thank you.
To be able to share with you some of the strategic foresight work that the OECD does, and in particular to tell you about the two of the main foresight initiatives we are conducting in collaboration with governments and organizations around the world. Both of the projects I will speak about are examples of large-scale horizontal initiatives that engage multidisciplinary groups of experts and policymakers to seize emerging opportunities and proactively address emerging challenges. These projects are a model for how foresight is used within the OECD to take on horizontal topics that really cut across policy areas. They are also a model for how to include cutting-edge research into multidisciplinary foresight processes that help governments to be better prepared for a range of possible futures. The first initiative I would like to present to you is the development of a strategic foresight toolkit for resilient public policy. The purpose is to provide a foresight toolkit to help governments and organizations to design resilient, sustainable, and future-proof public policies. The toolkit can be used effectively to develop or stress test any long-term policy, strategy, or plan. This initiative recognizes that there are many ways in which the global context could change profoundly in the next 20 to 30 years that could have significant implications for the policy decisions we are making today, either in positive ways by making our ambitions easier to achieve, or in negative ways that could make them more difficult. So more precisely, we began this initiative with a participatory process to identify and explore 25 possible disruptions that could occur and that could have significant implications in the coming years and decades. Each disruption represents one plausible extreme of a key uncertainty, and they are roughly grouped under the categories of changes in society, technology, economy, environment, and geopolitics. We have collated this extensive research into briefings for each of the disruptions, and these form the basic building blocks of the toolkit that we have developed. We have been piloting the toolkit in collaboration with various governments and organizations around the world. In terms of the methodology, in each case, the process outlined in the toolkit involves the following 5 steps. First, identifying the most salient possible disruptions and implications for the given long-term strategy under development. Second, exploring interactions between multiple disruptions. Third, using these findings to construct distinct multidimensional scenarios that challenge current assumptions about the future. Fourth, participants explore what would need to be changed about the long-term strategy under development for it to thrive under each of the scenarios. And then the final step is to identify sector-specific adjustments to the long-term strategy being developed and desirable action steps to improve resilience based on the exploration of the multiple scenarios. The overall message to governments and organizations is that it's economically risky not to invest in the kind of ongoing foresight efforts that can help us to avoid costly mistakes or that can help us to see and to take advantage of emerging opportunities. Because of the very high level of financial and political investment in long-term initiatives such as net zero transitions or infrastructure development and the very high levels of uncertainty that we are likely to see over the coming decades, stress testing policies using strategic foresight is a necessary due diligence in effective public policy, and we believe that this toolkit is helping us in this direction. Our second major foresight initiative is about anticipating and managing emerging global existential risks. These are risks which could result in catastrophic levels of death, or even extinction, civilizational collapse, or even the loss of humanity's long-term potential for creation, discovery, and progress. The basic rationale for this project is as follows. As humanity has become more technologically advanced, we have become capable of posing risks to our own continued survival. In the last century, we have seen both fossil fuel-based technologies and nuclear weapons pose a new level of risk to the continued existence of human civilization. These risks required global efforts to manage and both still pose a substantial threat. It would be hazardous to assume that additional risks of this magnitude will not emerge over the coming decades. So, at least 2 other areas of risks are emerging due to advances in technology, according to leading experts. These are risks from engineered pandemics and artificial general intelligence, which have the potential to bring large societal benefits, but if not properly managed, could pose existential dangers. Breakthroughs in biotechnologies in recent years have brought the potential for significant advances in healthcare and many other areas. Unfortunately, if some of the same biotechnologies are misused or are not handled with the right degree of care, significant harms could arise. Engineered pandemics with the lethality of Ebola and the infectiousness of the flu resulting from accidents or malicious creations are a technological possibility that we must develop safeguards for. Second, the risks stemming from advances in artificial intelligence could bring a wide range of benefits to society, but the increasing sophistications of these technologies paired with an insufficient degree of transparency about how they work could bring dangers to what would have been considered to be science fiction a decade ago. As AI begins to be able to complete more and more tasks faster and more effectively than almost any human, develops higher degrees of adaptability and generalizability, and is developed in virtually all sectors, the potential consequences of misalignment with human and democratic values grow. In recent years, chatbots released onto the internet that began to share conspiracy theories were mostly just an embarrassment to the company that released them. But as artificial intelligence becomes integrated into vital societal functions, ensuring that they don't cause harm is imperative and requires a growing effort to develop safety by design. If you are lucky, it may take decades before some of these risks fully materialize, but it may also take that long to develop shared global solutions. There are some technical solutions, of course, but these technological developments pose global governance challenges. So this project will really engage the work of the OECD's committees, global policy networks on science and technology, governance, artificial intelligence, biotech, risk management, anticipatory governance, and global relations, among others, to identify the further technical and governance solutions that may be required to manage this risk. This includes the recently announced expert group on AI futures. You may find it on the OECD website, which results from the partnership between the Strategic Foresight Unit and experts working on artificial intelligence and part of the Science, Technology and Innovation Directorate at the OECD. Let me, to conclude, share with you some additional information about some other flagship projects that the team is working on a number of them. First of all, the pioneering use of superforecasting methodology to establish probability estimates of various futures disruptions. And we plan to sort of do this project in collaboration with the University of Pennsylvania. We also plan to develop an OECD dashboard of megatrends to provide a solid evidence base of transformative, impactful, and long-lasting forces shaping economies and societies. Let me also bring to your attention that the OECD will be holding its annual meeting of the Government Foresight Community in October, which this year is likely to be held in person and will focus on the implication of next-generation emerging technologies. And finally, we will try to provide a synthesis of all these projects and try to think how the findings can help accelerate the Sustainable Development Goals. Finally, a few words to conclude. The practice of good strategic foresight in public policy is more important than ever. These projects are examples of how the OECD is promoting evidence-informed anticipatory policymaking through strategic foresight. Each of these projects is a model for how to approach complex challenges and effectively design long-term strategies today that are equipped to be resilient in the face of considerable global uncertainty. Our team would be happy to show lessons for those looking to replicate either model in their policy context or resources from either of these projects that can inform your decision-making today. Being short-sighted to possible future is a recipe for failure. A proactive approach to challenging our assumptions, expanding our horizons, and exploring and preparing for possible futures is an essential ingredient for achieving the better policies for better lives and global collaboration needed to achieve a desirable future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rafael, for your presentation, bringing to the table the experience of the OECD, also sharing the best practices. Now, straightforward, we'll move to our second panelist, Dr. Patrick Nowak, who is Executive Director of the Future Foresight and Imagination at the Dubai Future Foundation.
Great, thank you. I'll stand up. I'll break with protocol.
Okay, feel free to
it's
do
a pleasure to be here, so all protocols observed. I'm here to give you very high-level insight into the Dubai Future Foundation. I have some lovely slides that hopefully will come up in a few moments. But before we go there, just two declarations. No part of this presentation has been developed by generative AI. And the second thing is that I have broken with my own cardinal rule of keeping to one slide per minute. So there'll be plenty more slides and we'll rush through them. Who has been to Dubai here? Have anyone? Yep, handful of people. Excellent. This is what Dubai looks like today. I'm reliably informed that the first paved road in Dubai was built in the late 1960s. We constantly ask ourselves in Dubai, what do the next 20 years look like? Simply because the progression from the unification of the country in 1971 to Dubai becoming the city it is today has been incredibly quick, incredibly deep. So we keep on asking ourselves, what do the next 20 years look like? The Dubai Future Foundation has started, it's a government entity, and it has started during a World Government Summit, which convenes thousands of government officials, private sector entities, and others in Dubai. And it has really started as a little museum, a walk-in experience where you could experience some of the future. Back then, the notion was advanced that why don't we move beyond that small experience that people could live in for a few days and develop the Museum of the Future. And the Museum of the Future is really the reason why the foundation was established in 2016 to deliver this building, which was opened in 2022, last year. And in the first year of operation has seen more than 1 million visitors. So when you come to Dubai, you'll be able to see that. Now, we're not naive. We know that the future is uncertain. We've seen a lot of developments over the many years in Dubai. We're not naive about going forward. At the same time, this slide has changed significantly to the way it was when I developed it. At the same time, I wanted to just spend 30 seconds on the Futures Triangle, which our colleague Suhail has put together some years ago. Dubai is one of those places where the pull of the future is incredibly strong. The push of the present toward the future is incredibly strong, and the weight of history is very much weaker. So the orientation toward the future is almost built in, is innate, is part of the DNA and the fabric of how things get done. It's not about mainstreaming or having a theoretical approach to foresight and the future. It really is what we do. This is the way Dubai operates. This is, to a large extent, the way the UAE operate as well. I have come across this description put together by someone else in a document. So the foundation is charged with envisioning the future and planning and executing the strategies in the present. And this is incredibly reassuring if third parties, other people, describe the foundation to the world. Because our mantra, our guiding principle is this: the future belongs to those who can imagine it, design it, and execute it. And those are the words by Sheikh Mohammed, who's the ruler of Dubai and the Prime Minister of the UAE. And if we take that mindset, then it's easy to see how we can actually try to a large extent shape our future, utilizing some of the foresight techniques and some of the research and all of the elements that now make up the Dubai Future Foundation to shape the future of Dubai and more widely of the UAE. No need to go through this slide in great detail, but this is to say that the foundation has lots of different arms to operate to essentially imagining, designing, and executing the future. Let me just go through a handful of these. At the very core of what we do is one principle, which is about growth, prosperity, and well-being. We believe that growth for the sake of it does not lead you to a good future, does not lead you on the right path. But if we can accept and we can agree that the future is about growth, prosperity, and well-being, and getting the balance of those three right, I think we're on the right journey. And as a consequence, we are developing on an annual basis this flagship report, which is our Global 50 Opportunities Report. Contrary to a lot of organizations out there, we don't just look at risks. We're asking, what are the opportunities? Yeah? So if we want to deliver growth, prosperity, and well-being, here are some of the ideas that one could get into and could develop. So we do this on an annual basis, and you'll see the next one coming out in January or February of the next year. One of the aspects, one of the key pieces of the work that we manage is the World Economic Forum Center for the Fourth Industrial Revolution. The UAE is the first affiliate center in this network, and we focus on Fourth Industrial Revolution technologies, including genomics, AI, blockchain, et cetera, et cetera. So this is something that we work in partnership with the forum, but also entities within Dubai, the UAE, and more widely across some of the other centers in this network. The other aspect that's really critical is the Dubai Future Academy. It has opened in 2017. We've educated, we have instructed, we have upskilled more than 24,000 individuals in this span of time. It goes from very simple engagements with the public where there's a good speaker on stage for an hour to 6, 7, 8 months long professional development courses. Just as a matter of interest, on the back here, the building that you see is the world's first 3D printed industrial scale building, and that's where the academy is based. We have an accelerator. So we bring in startups to address very specific challenges that government entities face. Here we have an example of the Virgin Hyperloop, Hyperloop One, which has come out of one of the accelerators, I think, back in 2017 or 2018. So this is really to illustrate that we don't just do research, we don't just do capacity building. We actually put our money where our research is and where our capacity building is by bringing in some of the early stage developments which might prove to be fruitful in Dubai and the UAE. We have an in-house robotics lab, and this is a really crucial exercise because it is here to promote local talent. So we educate Emirati students to be able to take robotics projects from inception and concept all the way to industrial applications. And here, just a slide to say that we are fully integrated in the network, in the fabric of the entities, of the regulators, and of the service providers within Dubai. So we have launched the Dubai Clean Energy Strategy with the Electricity and Water Authority. We've developed the blockchain strategy with Digital Dubai, and we have worked with many, many others. So this is just a few examples. These were all examples of what we do, how we interact in the fabric and the ecosystem of Dubai. But we're also bringing the world to Dubai from a Foresight perspective. I've not touched on any of the methodologies or approaches in terms of Foresight that we carry out. But last year we held the first Dubai Future Forum, and that was I think, quite successful event by bringing hundreds of Foresight specialists from around the world to Dubai, specifically to the Museum of the Future, which was taken over for 2 days. Please mark your calendars, because we're going to repeat that extravaganza again this year. It's on the 27th and 28th of November. The dates happen to coincide with COP28, which starts on the 30th of November. So I'm sure plenty of you will be in Dubai already anyway. So if you haven't planned that, please mark your calendars. One last word I'd like to mention on this is that together with the Dubai Future Forum, we've also established the Global Future Society, which is basically an umbrella initiative to bring together a range of global foresight organizations, institutes that look at the future, institutes that teach about the future, practitioners, teams within private sector, teams within governments, et cetera, et cetera. So we're looking to have many, many more organizations joining us in this endeavor. And I think the final remark is that the mandate, the objective of the Dubai Future Foundation is to make Dubai a leading city of the future. Thank you very much.
So thank you, Mr. Noack, for this insightful presentation. So we'll move straight forward to our third speaker, Monsieur Olivier Vaufray, who is representing the World Economic Forum as a practice lead on strategic intelligence.
Good morning. Thank you very much to the organizers for inviting us. I'll just drop these here. I also have a few slides. So what I want to do today is just take a few minutes to tell you how we're looking at foresight from the World Economic Forum perspective, how we're mobilizing this, and with which purpose in mind. And to do that, I thought it's the better place to start. And I see even Davos pops up in my title here. When I say I work at the World Economic Forum, for many people, they think about this very cold place in the mountain. It's very important for us as an organization, but I don't think it should define what the organization does. I think the best way to define what this organization does looks a little bit more like this. And what we're doing really is we act as a platform, and the main purpose of what we do is really to bring key leaders from the private sector, public sector, academia, and many other sectors to engage with us, come to us, and work with us on some of the major issues that we're facing. Whether these are industry-related, they're regionally focused, or they could be global developments and issues. The core of what we do is really to bring all of these different leaders and experts around the table to help us understand what's happening in these different spaces, but also to start working together on how we can shape this in a direction that is hopefully positive for the world. The way we operate it looks like this. As I said, we bring all of these different organizations and stakeholders around the table, and we work with them through communities. We have 3 different types of communities. We can bring some of these people. We talked about AI and many other of these emerging trends today. We bring them together to sit down and really we try to stimulate dialogue and try to help them understand what is happening there. And this is helpful because they all come with different perspectives, and it allows us to kind of connect the dots and get a very comprehensive overview of what is happening in that space. Not just because we could talk to policymakers, also because we talk to some of the people who are developing these technologies, some of the people who are trying to adopt them in their organizations, civil society representatives, so on and so forth. We also try to move some of this work into what we call communities of purpose. So after we explore and understand what's happening in a given space, we also work with these organizations to shape a common agenda and say, what's the intention there, right? What do we want to happen? How could we go about this? And then finally, what we call communities of action, where we try to catalyze initiatives to actually drive change in these different areas. So that's a little bit about who we are and how we work. What I wanted to do now is take a little bit of a step back and mention a few things about the context in which we operate, not just us as an organization, anyone here in this room and beyond. I think it's important to recognize some of the achievements we've made in the last few decades. We've never lived longer. If you compare life expectancy in the 50s, globally it was an average of 43 years old. Now it's 70 plus. You look at the science, we're pushing the frontiers of science, breakthrough almost every year in many different domains. We are also seeing a highest literacy rate ever. Again, we're moving from, I saw in 1850 we had something like 12% of the global population. Today we're talking about 87%. And we also, and this might raise some eyebrows, but we also are safer than ever. If you compare to any other period in history, data shows that we have less wars, less conflicts, and when those happen, they tend to be less deadly. The picture is not only rosy, of course. There's many other things we're seeing happening right now, right? We have increased tension on the geopolitical scene. We're talking about Ukraine, Russia, NATO, Indo-Pacific, and many more. We are also seeing, we're talked, I think, since yesterday about Germany going into recession. We're talking about banking crisis. Come from Switzerland, we had something big happening in that space just a few weeks ago. In the US as well, there's a lot of worry about that. We're also seeing increased amount of extreme weather events, whether it looks like this or it looks like this one. And what we're seeing is that there is also increased polarization, dissatisfaction in many places of the world where people start voicing kind of worries about some of these developments and the current state of things. Finally, we talked about this as well. We are seeing that tidal wave around technology. ChatGPT, I think, is just one of the best examples we have recently. I was reading that in 5 days it got to 1 million users. This took 2.5 months for Instagram, 3.5 years for Netflix. We now have 100 million users with created accounts on ChatGPT and 1.8 billion visitors every month. This happened in a couple of weeks. I think someone that encapsulates what I was trying to lay out here very well is Mrs. Georgieva from IMF, who's saying that, in a way, we are moving from a world of relative predictability to a world with much more fragility, greater uncertainty, higher economic volatility, geopolitical confrontation, more frequent and devastating natural disasters, a world in which any country, and I will argue any organization, can be thrown, of course, very easily and more often. So I think what comes out of this, and this is, I don't have specific data to sustain this, I don't know if we can have that data, but everyone I'm talking to across sectors and across the world quite aligned on this, is that we haven't seen that level of complexity and uncertainty in the last decades. And that's the situation we're in. Also, what it means is that all of these interlocking shifts that I was mentioning before will play out in different ways, and we are not quite sure how yet. And that means that the world in the next, in the 2030s, so this is just 7 years ahead of us, is not a long-term future, is likely to look very different to the world we are seeing today. And the problem there is that, in a way, we're not really prepared for that. And if you look at the way we operate, most of our institutions out there, in a way, they're not really fit for purpose. And what I mean by that is if you look at how we're training ourselves in the next generation, it's still very much across disciplinary silos. There's very good examples to show the opposite, but overall, we're very much still in a space like this one. You look at organizations out there, again, there are exceptions. Most organizations still probably work with this type of blueprints and way to organize, like you see on the screen here. Siloed mandates, turfs, and also, quite importantly, I think, online echo chambers. So the question, and here, basically, if you put all of this together, what you can observe, and we have some interesting data points of some recent surveys on that, you have a declining, when we look at institutions, we have a declining trust overall in government. It seems to be one of the, the least trusted institutions next to media globally currently, and it's going down. If you look at business, there's a bit of an existential crisis. There was this recent survey from PwC, 40% of CEOs, they don't think their organization will make it in the next 10 years unless they deeply transform. And if you look at the mindset of how people think and how they feel also out there, this is data from our global risk report, asking people about how they see the next 2 years or the next 10 years. Most of them talk about things you see in red here, that is persistent crises, catastrophic outcomes, multiple shocks, so on and so forth, and very few are seeing relative stability or revival of global resilience. So the question we are asking ourselves in this context is, where do we move from here, right? I think I quite like this quote in that context from this American architect from the past century, who's saying, you don't change things by fighting the existing reality. To change something, build a new model that makes the existing model obsolete. And I think in that context, foresight is actually a very important piece to the puzzle in terms of how do we move forward. It's not the solution to everything, but I think it can make a very strong contribution here. And if we go back to the context in which we operate at the World Economic Forum, what we've seen is that foresight can help us in doing this much better. It can enhance how we work with these different actors. Whether we're trying to understand what's happening, helps us in the discovery and being more to anticipate some of these things. When you look at communities of purpose, it helps with alignment around common agendas and more agility in how we think about this agenda and how we adapt this moving forward. And it can also help when you look at action in terms of commitment, shared commitment, sense of ownership, which are and social capital, which are very important when you're trying to do something, right? So that's a little bit the experience that we had playing around with foresight in the context of the World Economic Forum. How it looks like, I just want to lay out a few more specific ways of how we've mobilized this. The first one is really to support multi-stakeholder dialogues and coalitions, so as a process and a set of tools and methodologies that help us do this. We've also used it more in terms of thought leadership and research to uncover new insights about the future beyond trying just to predict what could happen. And we've also developed a whole work stream that builds on these approaches around strategic intelligence and developed ways to enable to constantly scan for what is emerging at the horizon of different areas that we're focused on. How this looks like, this multi-stakeholder, using Foresight in that context really helps with creating a shared understanding, a shared commitment, and hopefully in many times help build that drive collective action. When we look at insights, some of the recent example is mobilizing this set of approaches for the Global Risk Report, looking at some of the risk that might be emerging in the next 10 years, scenarios for the future of economic globalization, or how technology will intersect with the economy, society, and how this could look like in the next few years. The work on strategic intelligence looks like this. It's basically helped us surface, aggregate, and share insights from across the work that we do. This is available online if you're interested, and helps scan for what is happening in the different areas that we're interested in, whether it's AI, climate change, and many more. I'll skip this because I'm out of time. The last thing that we're looking at now is, so I've talked a lot about how Foresight supports our work, and now we're moving into an area where we are mobilizing the forum and its ecosystem, both on the academic side, public sector, private sector, to see how we could, based on what I shared today, understanding the importance and potential impact of Foresight, incubate a new initiative to see how can we help Foresight being more understood, how can we help build this capability in the organizations that we work with, and how can we help make this something that is more of a core skill in many different contexts and organizations in which we work. So that's what I wanted to share. I hope it gave you a little glimpse of how we're looking at it and how we mobilize it. And I'll thank you for your interest. Thank you.
So thanks, Mr. Olivier, for sharing the experience of the World Economic Forum. And now we'll move to our fourth panelist, Dr. Salim Araji, from the United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Western Asia.
Thank you so much. In the meantime, till they put the presentation, today I wanted to talk about ICESCO's Future of Work initiative. And part of this initiative is ICESCO Skills Monitor that we built. So to start with, we realized in our recent research that we were doing at ICESCO that the labor market in the Arab world has been driven by three main things. The first one is in the last 2 or 3 decades, the lack of structural transformation in countries and lack of diversification in others has driven many jobs to be in the informal sector and at the same time to be unemployed or in the public sector. We expect that unemployment might increase significantly between now and 2030 if we don't take action. The second issue is the COVID-19 pandemic. I remember when the pandemic hit the Arab world heavily, we tried to assess the labor markets and the skills needed to cope with this pandemic, and we couldn't find a tool that could help us out in this. And the third thing is the conflict in many countries in the region. Just to give you an idea, we work on Arab states from Morocco to Yemen. So there are many of these countries are conflict-affected countries. So these three things have pushed us to start ICESCO's Future of Work initiative. And part of this initiative is to building an ICESCO Skills Monitor that could assess the skills, the current skills in the region, as well as the future skills. And I mean by the future skills are the skills of the fourth industrial revolution, to see where the Arab region is falling in such skill set. I want to show you some insights from ICESCO Skills Monitor. And some of them are really motivating, and others are a bit frustrating. So this graph, I don't know if you can see it heavily. The bottom of the graph, it shows that finance, accounting, computer science, selling technique, business development. So if we look, these are the top 20 hard skills that are demanded in the Arab region. Looking at the trend, we've seen that most of these skills are business administration related. And it's only computer science and probably digital marketing is the only, data analysis is the only one is showing up. However, if we look at the global north, we could see that the top 20 skills that are needed in the market are all related to the fourth industrial revolution. So there has been a demand of the fourth industrial revolution. However, the number of these skills is still not as in line with the rest of the world. Here, I'm going to talk about the soft skills. Soft skills, I mean as interpersonal skills or soft skills that does not require technical skills acquiring. You can see communication, sales, management, some languages, leadership, etc. Also, if we look at the soft skills around the world, we could see only leadership and the other skill that are innovation, I guess, that links to the rest of the world. This is a map of all jobs and skills that we investigated. We investigated 2.5 million jobs. You guys can see a messy map in here. We call it ICESCO Skills Forest. So this is a forest of all jobs and connecting skills to it. The main purpose of showing you this is that I wanted to show you that the forest of skills and jobs in the Arab region has one core. And this core is purely business administration related jobs and skills. If we wanted to look at anything related to the fourth industrial revolution or the futuristic skills and jobs, we can see them at the periphery of this map. That doesn't say that the fourth industrial revolution jobs does not exist in the Arab. They do exist. That means that first, they are not demanded as much as other skills. And the second thing, maybe the infrastructure is not there, where governments are supposed to put additional effort if they wanted to move towards a more advanced digital economy. Here we looked at the top 20 jobs in the region, AI augmentation score. We looked at the jobs and how the jobs have been augmented by artificial intelligence. And we have seen that a handful of jobs are almost 50% in the Arab region. And that means that a new innovation would somehow, in like 10 years, make some of the jobs go obsolete. Also, however, one additional insight that I would like to show is that the current top 20 jobs in the Arab region are not as highly as AI augmented as other jobs. Here, we looked at the distribution or the growth of the fourth industrial revolution jobs. If you can see, virtual reality and augmented reality down to bioengineer researchers and developer are the most jobs that are needed in the Arab region. If you look at the blue dots, the blue dot in the right axis, this is the percentage of fourth industrial revolution jobs, which we categorized around 120 of these jobs in the Arab region, relative to the traditional jobs. Surprisingly, Lebanon, Jordan, and Egypt has, if we look at the fraction of fourth industrial revolution jobs to the rest of the jobs, are increasing significantly. And this provides some hope for countries such as Lebanon, which is going into a severe financial economic crisis, as we can see that the people's will is to transform toward more tech-oriented or tech service-oriented jobs. However, overall, if we look at the region, only 3.74% of the total jobs is related to the fourth industrial revolution job. And here I'm talking about analyzing almost 2.6 million jobs in the region. This is the connection of the jobs that we investigated in the SDGs. we can see that if we are, as a UN entity, looking or predicting how our world is going to look like in 2030, there are some priorities in the Arab region that we need to focus on. One, in which is the biggest issue, is unemployment, especially among youth and females. The second thing, and due to the impact of the conflicts around the countries in the pandemic, in the increased inflationary prices, poverty is increasing significantly. However, if we look at how these jobs are linking, the 2-point-something million jobs that we investigated are linking to the SDGs, we can see that decent work and economic growth, which is SDG 8, is not a priority as much as others. And no poverty is the very last small yellow box, which is the least priority in the region. Here we look at work modality to see if the region is coping with the rest of the world. We see that hybrid jobs are picking up, yet remote jobs are dropping, where the lion's share is still for the office jobs. Quickly, I would like to show you, if you look at the ICESCO Skills Monitor. So, in case it didn't work, ICESCO Skills Monitor is a monitor that is open to everybody, policymakers and every individual, between Agadir to Sana'a, to check what are the needed skills for every job in the Arab region at the moment. We're using real-time, we're using machine learning to get this analysis so people would understand, especially university students, to figure out what are the skills that are needed for their field of studies in the work environment and the jobs as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Salim Araji, and my apologies with this technical issue. Now we'll move to our fifth panelist, Dr. Ted Fowler, who is a professor of industrial development. Thank you.
Thanks very much indeed. I'll stand up.
The mic.
That way.
Yeah,
the mic's green. So there's some slides coming up in a moment. I do hope you enjoy the short presentation. If you do, then I wrote every word myself. If you don't enjoy it, it was completely an AI robot. Okay, well, I'm from the University of Lincoln. While I'm waiting for my slides to come up, I have the UNESCO chair there on responsible foresight for sustainable development. And the focus of that chair is on sustainable development goal-related projects in north-south collaborations, trying to frame each project through a forward view, using various forms of future studies to try to stimulate formative practices. And there's a wide range within the team of connections and social capital with different countries. And it's a really interesting bunch of people to work with. Good fun. I want to focus really on the question at hand. And first of all, I kind of thought about, well, why is foresight on the up? Why is everyone so keen on this? And I put it down to this, that as other speakers have said, we're in this age of the unprecedented. Every politician defends their poor judgment by saying, well, of course, the events are completely unprecedented. And unprecedented means it hasn't happened.
Sorry to interrupt you,
before.
Doctor, just to get your mic a bit closer so that the interpreters can...
So I hold it.
No, I get closer.
Oh, closer.
Yeah. Okay, closer.
All right.
Yeah.
I'll break into song in a moment. Unprecedented means not the same as the past. And in conditions that aren't the same as the past, risk loses the calculative quality of risk and becomes uncertainty. And strategic foresight is a way of exploring uncertainties, the future as if it won't be the same as the past. The purpose to prepare for novelty and guide actions. So good foresight, you might say, is explorative, critical, analytical, very reflexive on the kind of where people are coming from, engaged in communities, anticipatory, so it's linked not just to thinking but to action, reflects modern theories and methodologies but learns from the past, has the purpose of creating better futures for all. So good foresight looks something like that. And I want to address today briefly not the idea of good foresight, but foresight for good. Because our actions have influence on our future and that of others. We're entangled in relationships that shape our future, that co-create our future. So to what extent are we, or can we be, or should we be responsible for those futures that we co-create? That's, if you like, the research question. So considering the future is an act of responsibility. That in itself starts to sort of align you with the idea of being responsible. So the question I would ask, perhaps rhetorically, but I think we all need to think about, there is a responsibility to act on the results of exploratory foresight, an ethical consequence of that exploration. In doing that exploration, does it kind of create an ethical consequence, a need to act with responsibility? The consequences of anticipatory processes may affect others in desirable or undesirable ways, and therefore the practices of futurists involve ethics. Responsibility is inherent in such processes, foresight processes, but may not be explicit. Here's a model, Robert Rosen's model, or part of his argument about anticipatory systems, a system that works by encoding what it observes from the environment, doing some kind of inferences about that, and then acting on those inferences. So the theory is essentially saying that the decisions to act come from our inferences that we develop, our reasoning, and not from a direct contact with the natural systems. Okay, so if you see it another way, if our anticipatory system is leading to action, either to head towards desirable futures or to avoid undesirable futures, then there's judgment going on. There's judgment about future value. That interpretation, that judgment, is the process of anticipation. And as Robert Rosen said, the character of a predictive model assumes almost an ethical character, which is even in a purely abstract context. And I would add to that, well, anticipation as a process mediates between knowledge and action, and hence has causal power. Okay, so we are causing the future through that process. So what we did was one of the ways of addressing this issue was to develop a program of research and conversations and discussions and debates with people working in the field, which we've called the Responsible Futures Program. It's a joint project. I lead it alongside my colleague Fabrice Roublet in France and a team of people. We've engaged a network of futurists, including UNESCO chairs. We've run 10 workshops so far. We've got a book project, which is getting close to, I suppose, within 6 months of completion. The first book one, as it's called, in this case. And the purpose is to try to get a better understanding of the ways in which responsibility is manifest in the process of anticipation and foresight as future-making activities. So where does this responsibility sit? If you think about all these anticipatory models, where exactly is and how exactly is responsibility manifest empirically. So we'd like to make contributions to a body of knowledge that informs and supports the practices of responsible future making. This is our aim. Is it possible, we wonder, is it possible to articulate principles for responsible futures? That would be nice to be able to articulate that. For example, to evaluate the ethics of a future-related action on its consequences. What the ethics might apply to some future-related action on the consequences of that action. Why are the principles needed? There are various reasons, I suppose. The future emerges and becomes. It's not predictable. So how do we guide the dynamics of change while keeping the future open? Our values, our morals, our ethics change over time. Or those the need for ethics might be driven because of the kind of boundaries that exist in future studies. Any consideration of the future is going to be bounded ontologically. What is it that we include? Epistemologically, how knowledge is used. Axiologically, what are the values involved and how do they change over time? There'll be biases and tensions and conflict in any field of study. It's a contested space. So we need some kind of principles to have a responsible approach to such contestation. The future is the only thing we have to argue about, in a way. And futures promises freedom and agency and encourages agency and can overpromise. So with the freedom of agency comes an implication of responsibility. But to what extent should futures literacy and the like temper expectations, modify expectations, so that the expectations of what it's possible to assert and the nature of that responsibility. So how much can we assert what responsibility means? So I'll leave you with a closing question, I think myself as well as you, but how would you defend the challenge that your foresight processes that you were engaged in are irresponsible? If somebody said, I think that's irresponsible, how would you defend that? Or more subtly, that the consequences of your actions go beyond what you believe you are responsible for. So you believe you're responsible for this, but actually the consequences of your actions, particularly if you have power, will go much more widely than you may believe yourself to be responsible for. So these kind of questions, these kind of issues are really what we're working on at the moment, encouraging debate, discussion, to see how that might help us lead to a better future for everyone. Thank you very much indeed.
So thank you so much, Professor Ted Fowler, for this thought-provoking presentation. And actually, Professor Ted Fowler, he's a professor for entrepreneurship and strategic foresight in ICESCO Chair on Responsible Foresight for Sustainable Development. And by the way, for the complete biographies, they are available on the agenda. Now we'll move to our next panelist, Mr. David Fernandez Poyana, who is joining us from the United Nations University for Peace. So the floor is yours.
Thank you. Yes? Okay. Thank you very much. First of all, I would like deeply to thank ICESCO, and in particular, His Excellency Salim Al-Malik, Director General of ICESCO, for holding this wonderful meeting on foresight studies, and also the two other organizations, the Policy Center for the New South and the Prince Mohammed bin Fahd University. First of all, I would like to say that the global landscape in the world is constant transformation and everything is going very quick. We have today so many challenges. For instance, some of the previous speakers, they already refer to the war in Europe that is affecting dramatically to the collective security system of the United Nations the environmental degradation, the worrisome increase of the xenophobia, the intolerance, the hate speech, the polarization of our society. But we are here today in Rabat maybe to discuss among us about possible solutions. In this sense, I think that for global challenges that we have been referring, the main solutions are coming from multilateralism. The multilateralism was established in 1945 by the United Nations, was created with the main idea of the founders to prevent the humankind from the scope of war. The United Nations is composed by a large number of peace funds, programs, and we have here today, sharing with all of the colleagues, with UNESCO, with ECOWAS, with OIM, many of these good practices. In this sense, as a part of the UN family, the United Nations University for Peace was established in 1980 by a General Assembly resolution promoted by Costa Rica. We received recently in 2021 the mandate from the General Assembly to approach to the notion of security from a new perspective, using the research, the training, and the education. For these global challenges, what we need is really education for peace. And in this sense, I think we need to stress the importance of the peaceful settlement of disputes. The Chapter 6 of the UN, the good offices, the negotiations, and the different institutions that we have in the UN system. On the basis of this mandate, the University for Peace has been engaged in the second track diplomacy, from the Southeast Asia to Middle East, to the Caucasus, to the Horn of Africa, and we can exchange with you also good practices in this sense. And also, another solution to these global challenges are the regional arrangements. Regional arrangements, for instance, that exist in the context of the European Union, in the African Union, in OSCE, etc. We are going to sign very soon an agreement of cooperation, and we are very proud on that with ICESCO. And then two intergovernmental organizations, we are going to work together in the promotion of peace, mutual understanding, dialogue, and cooperation. These are really the core values of the United Nations. Many times we think that the UN is inoperative to give global solutions, but I don't think that most of the resolutions adopted by the United Nations systems are adopted by consensus. It's the only and the unique platform for having these global solutions. And then, to conclude, because I have to stay in 10 minutes, and I want to give also the floor to my respectful colleagues, I would like to say that the Secretary General now is working on a new agenda for peace. What is going to be presented to the in a very important meeting in New York in September, October, at the level of ministers. This will be the first draft of the new agenda for peace, and there will be a clear reference to the question of prevention and education for peace. And also important to strengthen and to fulfill the Sustainable Development Goals. And one of them, and many times we forget, is the partnerships, because we cannot do something alone. We need to partner with the others in order to promote these values of cooperation and dialogue and to give these global solutions. And then, in this sense, I would like then to thank again the organizers of this important gathering, what is a vital platform for discuss and to make networking among all of us in order to work together with the main purpose of the idea of the founders of the United Nations to prevent the humankind from the scourge of war. And this dream is still alive in international law and also in the state and the future state of Foresight studies. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much, Mr. David, for this call for cooperation and collaboration. Now we'll move to Professor Adam Awan, who were a former Minister of Education Literacy and the promotion of national language in Mali. So the floor is yours.
Thank you, merci. Je voudrais donc...
I would like to thank the organizers and seize this occasion to do, as we say in French, that is to add something to the debate. I'm going to switch to English.
I intend to present a critical review of institutional responses and global action to recent anticipation and foresight studies in education. In this short, I'm looking really how the different institutions, some countries, and particularly global action, responded to forward-looking, very well-documented research on education for the future, on the future of education, and also, as often said, as futures in education. For that purpose, I'm basing my analysis on two sets of documents. One of them is the reports produced by international, high-level, high-reputation personalities on the future of education. They were backed by thorough studies on how education might look and what should be done to improve the world. So these reports are well known. The first of them is the Edgar Ford report. It was published in 1972, and it was labeled Learning to Be, Education for Today and Tomorrow. The second report, produced under the same condition, using really all what we had as knowledge, brain analysis, trends, was produced 26 years later by a commission chaired by Delors, Jacques Delors, called Learning, a Treasure Within. And the third report, most recent one, produced in 2021, chaired by Saleh Work Zewde, President of Ethiopia, was Education for the Futures. And of course, the title was Imagining Our Futures and a global contract for a new global social contract for education. So in all these three reports, there have been really very forward-looking proposal, recommendation. Edgar Ford used the first time the idea of learning society. He said lifelong learning should be a master concept, should be a guiding and organizing principle of current and future educational reform. Jacques Delors reinforced this and proposed to go beyond lifelong learning and move towards learning throughout life, indicating how the flexibility, the spaces, the places, the actors, and the content are important. And he looked into what he called the pillars of learning. Learning to know, learning to do, learning to be, learning to live together, and to live with others. And again, made some recommendation on learning society. And then the new reports proposed imagining the future and transforming. We need now a new contract for education to transform the world. So now, how did the global action responded to these reports? The first global action was the Jomtien Conference, held in 1990, which proposed the idea of meeting basic learning needs of all. Very well defined, both in terms of educational content and in terms of needs. The question is, how did we ignore all these forward-looking document analysis, call for lifelong learning and other to organize, and come back to wanting or to thinking that maybe the solution is primary education for all or to all. The same with the Dakar, because the goals of Jomtien were not met, and we renewed it in Dakar, and just had an extension of 5 more years to achieve it. And it's only in Incheon in Korea in 2015 that all the recommendations which were made by Edgar Faure and Jacques Delors were now put into action. So this is really the kind of reflection I wanted just to share with you. And of course, I have a quite detailed written statement, which I can also share. Thank you very much.
So thank you so much, Mr. Adama, for the substance, but also for the passion you share with us, this insightful findings. Now we'll move to our last presentation. And here I'm glad to call upon Ms. Ahlam Bouchiba, who will intervene in Arabic. So the people in need of translation, please put your headphones. So الأستاذة أحلام بوشيبة تأتينا.
Mrs. Ahlam Bouchiba comes from Tunisia, from the Ministry of Economics and Planning. She's a director of the Regional Commission in the same ministry. Peace be upon you. First, I would like to extend my sincerest thanks to the ICESCO organization for having invited me to this great conference. I would like also to thank the New South Policy Center and all the organizers of this conference for their warm hospitality. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me first to present to you a paper on Foresight studies and Tunisia's vision for 2030. The Tunisian Vision 2035 defines the strategic plan over the long term for a comprehensive development and to reach the SDGs. And this Vision 2035 are translated into development plans, and these plans define very specific objectives nationally and regionally, and it defines also a set of policies and programs that help reaching the goals set in all fields, and sheds light and defines the responsibility and indicators for the implementation. To prepare this vision, we relied on the Tunisian constitution and 2030 SDGs and 2030 and the African Agenda 2063, and also all the outputs and outcomes of foresight strategies and sectorial strategies too. First, we diagnose the developmental reality and the challenges by analyzing the outside environment and the environment. For instance, in the political field, there is the international concern and preoccupation with the development in Tunisia and the support of the Sustainable Development 2030. For the economics, most industrial countries have adopted and all the programs, and there are also investment opportunities in relation with the value chains and for the freeing of exchanges, and there are also the risks of inflation and also instability of raw material prices. For the social sector, support of the social development with the funding from the international program, and also an interest in international institutions in the technical field, that is the fast development in technology and widening of scientific collaboration and regional collaboration. But also there is some issues concerning the transfer of technology. Concerning the environment, there is international agreements on fighting climate changes. And there is also an increase in catastrophes, natural catastrophes due to climate change, especially for water scarcity and food security. Concerning the legislation and law to guarantee the rights of countries and individuals and institutions, and also there is a lack of expertise of developing countries. There was also a diagnosis of the development and strategic challenges according to the quartile challenges, the opportunities and risks and threats. I will not go over them for the time constraints. Also for the social field and environmental field, we have defined 6 fields for Tunisian 2035 vision. The first theme is the human capital and sustainable development. And the second theme, that is the economy of knowledge, a driving force of innovation. And the third theme, competitive economy and support of private initiative. The fourth theme, the green economy and climate changes. And the fifth theme, social justice as a basis for social cohesion. And the sixth theme, and the last one, just and fair regional development. As to the pyramid of strategic planning, we prepared the Tunisian Vision 2035, as we said, by relying on foresight studies and consultancy, sectorial ones and national ones. In this pyramid, we find sectorial strategies and health strategy, tourism, transportation, all sectors of the economy. And we have adopted a participative approach and an interactive methodology to guarantee interconnection between these strategies. And we find the a development plan over 3 years and over 5 years. Now we have adopted a plan over 3 years for 2023, 2025, are taken into consideration for and strategic planning and yearly planning. We find on a yearly basis the economy situation and the financial budget or financial legislation for foresights and sectorial studies. I'm going to present to you some studies in the economy and in the environment. We did a foresight strategy for water by 2050 and the strategy for the development of fisheries and the national strategy for sustainable development for forests and grazing ground and the national strategy for energy 2023 and also for the energy mix and a strategic study also on the development of renewable energies and the new strategy for housing and the national strategy for development in relation to low emissions and which is in line with the climate changes by 2015 and also the national strategy for the protection of the oceans for the period after 2030. As to human capital, we can mention some strategies such as the multi-sectorial strategy for prevention and for control of chronic diseases for 2018-2025 and the national program for reproductive health 2021-2030 and the national strategy for immigration and Tunisians living abroad and also the national strategy for social integration and for fighting poverty and the national strategy for economic empowerment and social empowerment for women and young girls in rural areas 2017-2025 and the national strategy, which is a multi-sectorial for early childhood development 2019-2025 and the national strategy, multi-sectorial one also, for the promotion of the health of young people and juveniles for 2020 and 2030. In addition to foresight sectorial studies, there are also regional foresight strategies that have been adopted when preparing the Tunisian Plan 2035. You can mention here the strategic plan for the development of the south of Tunisia by 2035 and the national strategy for the development of the Wilayah of Zaghwan by 2030, and also we prepared other studies for other wilayahs, provinces, Banzat, Manouba, and Nour. When we talk about strategic studies, we shouldn't forget the National Institute for Strategic Studies, which is an institution set up in 1993, and they carry out a lot of foresight strategies covering many fields such as economy, finance, social balances, agriculture, artificial intelligence, the health systems, and the ecological and energy transitions, the state and political reforms. And here I'm going to present to you, according to my modest experience in the administration, the requirements and the difficulties for such foresight strategies. For the requirements, foresight studies require competent human resources and very great good financial resources, and it requires also statistics and also consultancy work. As to difficulties and the limitations, all the outputs of such studies are not implemented as it should. They should, for many reasons. Such reasons are financial, artistic, and social, and also the absence of the culture of foresight and planning. And there are other parts that are not given the right importance, such as demographic transformations, in addition to a lack of the definition of the output of such foresight studies, because quite often we are limited to the organization of a workshop or putting these studies on the website of the institution that carried out the study in question without defining it as it should. to conclude this presentation, first, I would like to say that foresight studies are important for planning for the achievement of development and well-being. And also the importance of foresight studies are important in countries' resilience and also for the confronting economic crises and health crises, and also the impact of climate changes, in addition to the role of scientific development and technological development and artificial intelligence to carry out such foresight studies. In addition to this, we need to support the relationship between the administration and academics for more openness on both sides. Also, we need to exchange experiences and open onto the outside world. And last but not least, we need to anchor the culture of foresight and planning in research and in people. And thank you for your attention. Thank you.
شكرا للأستاذة أحلام على مشاركة.
Thank you, Professor Ahlam, for sharing with us your Tunisian experience in foresight experience in Tunisia. Now we're
with the audience, and we'll ask you please to raise your hand if you have any question. So 1, 2, and 3. So the first one, please. Please introduce yourself briefly and ask.
I will speak in Arabic if you don't mind. My name is Iqbal, former Dean of Higher Institute of Social Work and active in civil society, and member of the National Committee of UNESCO in Egypt. Thank you very much, dear speakers, for your insightful presentations. However, I will stop at one point, especially that we are here under the umbrella of ICESCO. So we do need to highlight the Arabic and Islamic identity heritage. And I will refer to what has been said. The respect of human rights has become today something that is contradictory with Islamic Sharia, like gay relationships, etc. Talking about peace and the question of no equal footing. What is peace in Palestine, Yemen, Syria, and Libya? So we need to use the peace discourse with everybody on equal footing. Where are we when it comes to family ties and the spread of early marriage, late marriage, divorces? Where are the prospective studies in these issues? Not only prospects in agriculture, because I do believe that the social elements are very important, and I would like to congratulate you on what you said about illiteracy in our Arab world. There are huge numbers of dropouts and large numbers of illiterates. 2/3 of them are women, unfortunately. Don't you think that this study doesn't deserve some prospective studies or foresight studies to see how the Arab Ummah could develop? Thank you very much.
Feedback on the state of foresight studies. My name is Professor Nadia Mouti from University Mohammed V in Rabat, And I want to share very quickly something with you about Andy Hines in his article, Strategic Foresight. He identified 6 critical steps to develop the foresight you need to navigate in this rapidly changing environment: framing, scanning, forecasting, visioning, planning, and acting. I think you're taking in charge the 5th steps. How about acting? How far all those studies have an impact on our government? When I come to academicians, for example, as Dr. Salim Malik told us this morning, 14 million jobs are about to disappear. How quick and how agile are us in our actions? And this is my biggest question for our futures. And of course, if we take other fields like climatic change and etc., we are all responsible, as Dr. Fuller said. Yes. I mean, considering there is an act of responsibility of all humans. Thank you very much.
So, third one,
Hello.
and then we'll move to the...
Yes, good morning, everybody. My name is Najib Hamouti. I'm head of international relations at ESIT, an engineering school based in Casablanca. My question is direct. I've heard before this conference, and during this conference, I've heard many times the word, the future is uncertain. My question is, I'm seeking a volunteer from the panel. Was there a time in history where future was certain? Thank you.
Thank you. So the 4th question, please. Yes. Here. 4th one, and we'll stop.
Merci beaucoup. Je vais m'exprimer.
Thank you very much. I will speak in French. I would like, first of all, to congratulate the speakers. My comment bounces back on what was said by Mr. Saratic. I believe that if we are thinking on about the future, is to look at that question of values and take into account that many countries today, where countries are suffering from climate injustice because of the climate change. So there is an environmental issue that needs to be talked about fairly, but unfortunately there is no respect of developing countries' rights when it comes to climate issue. And when it comes to education, we need to take into account the values so that our government respect the... I'm sorry, I haven't introduced myself. I'm Aisha Dusin. I am a professor at the School of Agro-Environment.
Against each one, if you can conclude. Yeah. If you have any reaction to the different questions.
Let me take the plunge, 15 seconds. Yes, the future was certain probably before the invention of fire. I think to your point, madam, on early marriages, conflict, etc., can I make a kind request to organizers looking at this panel, addressing some of these challenges? You need a different panel. To the question of implementing, I think implementing some of the foresight happens in different places, at different speeds and at different depths. But I absolutely agree, it has to be there. We have to just think about the future, but really shaping our policies and our implementations around the future.
Yeah, thank you.
15 seconds.
Thank you. Mr. Salim Araji, if you have anything to say.
A couple of points on about acting on the agility, and this is exactly what we plan to do when we built this ICESCO Future of Work initiative, and to make it everybody would know what do they need in any shock or event. In replying to the gentleman and talking about the future was always uncertain, this is true, but it's getting more uncertain over time, and more tail events are showing up. So uncertainty is the motto nowadays. So that's why we need to prepare for it significantly faster and more agile and dynamic than it used to be. Thank you.
Dr. David Fernandez. Yes.
Thank you very much. I would like to refer to the first lady, the lady from Egypt. I would like to refer also to the Cairo Declaration on Human Rights, in which we can see the Islamic law and in the context of human rights. And regarding to the all rights are in equal footing and mutually reinforcing, was recognized in the World Summit outcome document in 2005. And then regarding to all the conflict that we have in the world, important then to refer to the development humanitarian peace nexus. This is for another conference. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
A quick response. First of all, I'd say listening to the questions that were asked clearly represents the values of this audience and these people about dealing with wider, difficult to get to areas of policy and issues which must be addressed. Obviously, people who do foresight can't solve all the problems. It's a question of embedding the kind of the processes, embedding the involvement and engagement of others in that, and handing over power effectively. That's not easy for people to do. In terms of, but there are programs in UNESCO of heritage futures, social futures, so there is knowledge and there is skill. Am I too slow? I need to carry on. I'll just mention Frank Knight, whose thesis on uncertainty and risk was written 100 years ago. So yes, uncertainty and risk and the two different classes have been around for a while. Pass on.
I'm really sorry, the organizers are pushing me to conclude. So my apologies. Please convey with me my deep appreciation to the panelists, to the audience. Thank you, and see you in the next panel. Please keep your seats, I think.